Hey, nerd talk. Come through, let me show ya. This is everything you wanna know about nerd culture. Hey, nerd talk. Ain't a show fresher. You can nerd out. Don't even need your pocket protector. Where my nerds at? Grab a drink, come through, keep it entertaining. Comic books to movie news, everybody love us. Used to be outcast in college, now that Marvel's popping. Nerds are the source of all knowledge. Hey, nerd talk. Dino Mike Callow, Uncle Buck, Astoria crew, Lady Mocha, now you know what's up. Nerd news, happy hours, where we love to talk and drink. Check the podcast and YouTube so you don't miss a thing. Hey, nerd talk. Come through, let me show ya. This is everything you wanna know about nerd culture. Hey, nerd talk. Ain't a show fresher. You can nerd out. Don't even need your pocket protector. Let's go. Hey.
All right. What up? It's Uncle Black coming to you. We got some magic that's about to happen. Oh yeah, that's right. How many of y'all out there want to see some SpaceX action today? Well, we might get a special launch of SpaceX SN11. So
that's hard with everything going on.
Before we tune in, I want to say it's coming courtesy of LabPadre. So just check it in. It's already in progress. May not happen, but let's check it out.
Your career has been awesome, watching what you've done as an astronaut on the ISS and everything else. So, yeah, thanks for the shout out there. So, as far as time, like you kind of guessed at the location where this will land. What time do you think it'll take off?
Well, like I said, it's going to be hard. What time is it now? We are at a 12:02. I'm probably going to say 4 o'clock. I'm going to go for the 4 o'clock hour.
That was my guess, but I'll go for. I'll be the optimist. I'll go 3:45.
All right.
Let's see. Olmo, what time do you think it'll take off here?
I haven't watched enough of these launches yet. I was thinking 1:11, but I must be way off. Well, I mean, how much prep do?
They do need about an hour to fill up the vehicle and launch it, but they haven't cleared the site quite yet.
Yeah, I just saw a report. There's someone on the pad or something.
Yeah, they're still underneath the rocket. It looks like they've got the boom lifts out, still checking underneath checking the Raptors out, making sure there's no cracks, dents, breaks, or anything otherwise, making sure this is still ready to go. Once they've done that, I think they're pretty much given a green light to say, yes, we are ready, and then they will get their fully certified launch approval from the FAA, and then go for the actual hop attempt here.
242.
242? Oh, yeah, it's a good number, 42.
Front 242. How many of y'all are old enough to remember Front 242?
I don't know that one. Do you know that one, Olmo?
I know.
It's a band. It's a band from the 80s.
Begin to show your age, Lab. I'm going to show my youth and inexperience here.
Yeah, it's an old techno band, techno 80s band.
Oh, I got to look them up. Techno 80s is pretty fun stuff.
They got some good, awesome music back then. The wind's starting to pick up too, which will probably help blow some of this out. It is getting brighter, but although it's getting brighter where we're at, it looks like we're getting less visual on the launch pad.
Yeah, so the wind's currently at the Copernic or Mount Copernic here. It says it's about 6.4 miles east-northeast with the gust at 13. And then that's picking up. So usually usually picking up means it's 25 to 30, which I don't think that would be in the launch criteria when you get that high, especially at lower level winds. The upper level winds will be worse typically. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and continue a little bit of what we call the Stumpy tour. So Stumpy's on the Launchpad cam, and we're going to go through and.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and jump. I'm going to go ahead and jump off the mic for now and tend to everybody else over here. So we'll be back in touch, Thomas.
All right, thank you, Lab. Thank you, Olmo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're welcome. Look forward to those great shots we saw last time.
Oh yeah, thank you so much again, Lab, for doing that. You did amazing work last time, by the way. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. It was really good.
That was my first time, first shot with this tripod and whole setup that I had, and it turned out really, really awesome. On coming on the way down, I lost it right as it did the kick to come back, but got it right before it landed.
I was watching Maria Pointer's video of the landing and like how she was doing it. So somebody was filming her film the landing, and she was actually putting her hand on the bottom or the top of the camera itself, giving her lever action on the other side. And that was also something that is a pretty neat trick I've never seen before, but it works really well. So might want to try that one out if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little tricky on how I'm doing it because I'm connected to a 32-inch monitor. So as I'm not looking at my screen on the camera, I'm watching the monitor and just going like that.
Oh, nice. But yeah, so she just had her hand up the lens area itself. It looked like, I think. So
okay.
Yeah, and it was on the way down that was the tricky part. So on the way up, you could push down, but there's no other way. You're like pulling up the tripod on the way up, so things get harder on that side. But man, that was amazing footage. So thank you again.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, man. We'll see you.
All right, see ya. Thank you again, Olmo.
You too.
All right, so looking back at the Launchpad cam, we have the orbital launch mounts, those white towers. So those are basically what we expect to have what we call the launch table put on. So it's that circular object that is in the shipyard. It has basically 10 sides, each with it, or 10 segments, each with basically 2 extra segments or sides to it. So it's basically like a circle of 20. And then it will probably go directly onto those posts or has an interface between those posts and that. Then we'll have basically the super heavy booster right on top of that with the Starship above that. And just to the right of it, we have the orbital launch tower. That's all that rebar that's being right there. Right now, it looks a lot like a medieval castle because they have the structure at the corners. So they have 4 blocks of columns, 1 at each corner, and then they have really only 2 major sides. And then the other 2 sides where you would expect to see, let's say, rebar or some structure, it actually is pretty empty. So they're making the structure pretty light, it looks like. So they have the looks like 2 openings, and they'll actually do maybe a flat part on the top. So you have either that or an arched doorway to put crew or cargo or other maintenance stuff into the building itself, and that'll be the building that will have a crane on it to be able to move not only the super heavy but also the Starship on top of the super heavy. So that will be part of the stacking system, and perhaps even in the future, if they build this forward thinking, they'll be able to catch a super heavy booster with this tower, depending on its structure. And it's got a lot of structure. Look at that thick rebar in it. It's like 1 to 2 inch thick rebar. It is quite heavy stuff. And then moving on to the right from there is just a little bit to the right is where we have the landing pad. So the landing pad is going to be where we'll see Starship sitting here, basically looking nice. And oh, I see some crow right in that tree or that bush. I'm sorry, it's a palm. And then right there we see what we call the stairway to Raptor. It just is a structure they put up when they are installing Starships and Raptors and such, so that you can just walk up some stairs instead of ladders in order to work on the Starship and work in that area. So they do use that. It's on some casters, so it rolls around like like a shopping cart, but one that you can push around by hand by leaning into it, or by forklift. Then you've got, of course, it kind of blocking the whole view from this point on, but it's basically the shipping container wall with a nice little SpaceX logo on the right-hand side of that. Then you have behind that is what we call the bunker. So that is basically your command and control center for, it appears to be the fuel farm, as well as some like storage lockers or things like that for employees, because I see them coming in and out with backpacks and things like that, where they didn't have the backpack when they went in. So yeah, that's basically just a simple structure that's hardened for in case you have a blast. It is where you control the fuel farm and everything like fire suppression. It is basically your hub for controlling everything. Also has a direct internet connection, so they have a lot of fiber running in the area. So it's assumed that they probably have a bunch of fiber going into that building as well, connected all the way down to the Stargate building. Above that, you do see test stand number 1, or A, as SpaceX calls it. So we call it test stand 1 just because it's the first. It wasn't labeled until later, so there was no B. It was just A or 1. But yeah, the super heavies will not be able to fit on this platform, just starships, unless you have an interface plate to do that. So we don't expect at this time that any boosters will sit on any of these, but expectations will be thrown out by SpaceX's whims, of course, because they don't do what we expect. They do what they expect. Of course, right in front of that, you do have a nice large shipping container looking item. That is just a generator. So they've been moving things around for the generators. It is their basically backup storage. And then to the right, there is some additional generators in order to give not only backup power, but also additional power support for the facility. Because the last thing you want to do is have a power outage like we had one yesterday while you are in the launch operations. So that above, there's another generator, and then you've got some tanks all around the fuel farm. So most of the tanks you see up in front are going to be nitrogen tanks, and then a air gas vaporizer system, which is that cooling tower looking device. Basically, it allows them to go from a liquid to a gas, and they will use that with nitrogen. So nitrogen will, when it goes to that gaseous state, will pull a lot of heat and remove that from the fuel that will basically be on other lines next to it. So they'll be running those lines together, where you have, in this case, the fuel being the oxidizer. Sorry, not fuel as in methane, but fuel as an oxidizer, propellant, sorry. You have oxygen or nitrogen going through those lines. So sometimes you will just do a nitrogen test, and so you'll just run nitrogen through one side and nitrogen through the other. But you do that transition state, pulling heat from the heat exchanger in order to do a cryo test, or even to super chill the LOX. So that would be liquid oxygen. Then we have just above that, there is a specialized tank, which we call Tankenstein Jr. There used to be another one, which is Tankenstein Sr. That one has been moved over to Sanchez and then back over to the orbital launch mount. That was one of those 2 tanks, the one next to the tank that says blue on it. But that particular one, as Tankenstein Jr., it has anemometers, which are just weather vanes, so it gets weather data, but it also has security cameras and cameras to watch the launch and see if there's any issues with the vehicle. It's a very simple setup to give them a lot of information, and even some Wi-Fi hotspots, I believe, as well. So it's just a nice little structure to do quite a few different things. So it even looks like an antenna on the very top, or maybe it's a lightning rod, but I'm pretty sure that's an antenna for sending and receiving radio broadcasts, because they do have security personnel with radios and those kinds of things. So they do have a need for it. So from that point forward, you pretty much just have at the bottom right, you see those 3 black tanks. You can see them also on Nerdle Cam when it's zoomed out. We call those the 3 amigos. Those are just water tanks, and those are in the far back. You just barely see them popping out. But from that backside forward, you have the methane tank, Then you have a nitrogen tank and a oxygen tank, and those are those white tanks that are the big long ones at the bottom, lying down horizontally. Then you have a basically, it looks like a smaller nitrogen tank, or sometimes they've been using those for helium tanks, so they're labeled specifically for each. I think that one is a helium tank, if I remember correctly. But yeah, they've been doing a lot of work around here. So in front of that gate on Launchpad Cam, of course, this is cam number 6. They have been doing concrete work, putting up a lot of different structures like the let's say retaining wall, as well as a hand railing around that retaining wall. So it's becoming basically as concrete goes. I'm just always amazed as much concrete as they've been putting in this place. It is basically becoming the foundations for their orbital launch complex. So on the right-hand side of this entire complex, the one we're looking at has been, so that one actually, there's one behind it. It says nitrogen. Can't see what the one in front is though. So that's interesting. But yeah, the entire orbital launch complex is going to be hopefully used in the near future to launch not only a Starship to great heights of, let's say, 10 kilometers here. We will see these things go orbital with the help of the Super Heavy booster. That's going to be the one with 28 engines, and we'll be able to land propulsively under its own power for both of these vehicles at the facilities. And it's just been amazing to watch how much concrete, as I said, has been put in to be the foundations for this amazing project. So with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up for a little bit and jump back in with more information as they come along, and then we'll jump in with commentary here a little bit later, and hopefully maybe with a special guest or something like that. So, one of the last things that is being pointed out, right in the front of the view on the Launchpad Cam, just at the very bottom, is we do have what we call the ground vent. It used to be a grass vent, no longer, because there's not much grass around that spot. I see a bit of green in the area, but not nearly as much. It's just below the banner at the moment. There you go. So yeah, that's showing the overpressure vent. So that's basically for nitrogen, oxygen. You basically vent it through that pipe into this area so that it removes it from the environment that would be the basically the fuel farm. All right, so talk to you guys later. Another update, what's going on, the situation on the ground here. So far we have plenty of boom lifts around the vehicle currently. They have, looks like at least 3 or 4 of them. So they do need to clear those out before we have a hop attempt here later. So we're kind of guessing around 3:45, 4 o'clock was Lab's guess and myself. And with me, I do have Olmo, who's on the ground. He's been looking at just at the skies around him and wanted to get his view of it. What's going on there, Olmo?
Hey, so it's still kind of hazy. It's getting a little more hazy. In fact, it seems to be blowing in some sort of cloudy, hazy cover. And the sun did pop out a little earlier, but not so much now. It's kind of curious what's going to be happening with the clouds, but it may be cloudy for a while yet. I know it burns off a lot. Yesterday, it was very cloudy in the morning. It was just this mist at 5 a.m. and it just, you could see everything through this mist. But then by noon, it was blue skies everywhere, or 1 o'clock. What time I went to the port to take some photos. But
It does remind me of Vandenberg. So if you're security minded, right now the way that Boca Chica has been so foggy lately, it's like, this is great for security. You have a veil of fog.
Yeah, there's some stories about that, but no, we stay out of there mostly. But yeah, it's good, nice fog layer. But looking up, it's not clear. I think it's going to burn off just from my intuition, but looking at the forecast, it's saying cloudy on South Padre Island all day. But those could be wrong.
Well, I mean, they could even just launch it while it's still cloudy. We will possibly lose clarity while it's going up in the clouds, but you kind of get that loss anyways. So it's still hopeful for today, but we haven't seen anything yet on let's say the SpaceX website, any updates yet on that as far as I've heard. And that's something that is typically something they do 24 hours in advance, but this could be one of those last minute things that will, within a few hours or a few tens of minutes, that they'll update their website for today. Then they will put up a YouTube link, and hopefully we get John Innsbrucker back on and telling us what's going on. And it's always nice to hear from him when they have these launch events occur. So I'm going to go ahead and thank a few people who've been becoming members and sending out some donations here. So first off, we've got some super chats. So $5 from Steve, 5 British pounds. He says, no launch today will be removed when the owner removes it. Please stop asking. So yeah, earlier this morning, we did have the no launch today tag up, but that was removed because it was now today, this morning. But now we have the hop attempt listed on the county side. So that's one really good indication that we will go for a hop. The next one we have is from Amelia, donated $10. This is, morning everyone. Hope you are prepared for what is about to happen today. I recommend everyone who is tired to get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us. Also, let's enjoy today to its fullest. So seize the day, Amelia. Thank you. Chris Mole donated 10 British pounds. And he says, apparently per Twitter and SF, only one Raptor is being tested. Will speed the checks up. So yeah, there was basically a static fire earlier this morning. At least one Raptor did fire, but it seemed to be more than just one. There was an interesting plume of flames coming out of one of the Raptors after the static fire. So either a valve doesn't close all the way, or it's just the way that they are stopping the system just to let a bit more methane through or something along those lines. The next one we have here is for the Keith Penny, who says, thanks LabPadre, donated 5 British pounds. So the Keith Penny is, thank you so much. We've got Raphael Ragnarok, donated, let's see, 5 Brazilian real, and says something I can't exactly read, but I could try and it would be butchered. I think it says, Bom dia Cerejo, vos acho até ofam do ano, vamos dos vos no memaso dia da memaso dave. I probably butchered that, and I'm sorry, Raphael, but thank you for the donation. And then Iriday, so I'm not sure what the message is intended for that, but he says he would like, as a friendly reminder, wouldn't have a flight without the right. Then Dusty Field donated $5. Thank you so much. Have a whole list of sponsors I'd like to go through and just thank real quick. Ben Birch. Oh, hold on. Sorry, we've got Ben Birch, Zotri, Stu A, Brian Perry, James Moore, Well Ain't That Nice, Travis Stanley, Hanging Out with Eric and Will and Dave, Blair Burchin, Jeff Dethy, Thomas M, Lewis Curry, Everyday Gamers, Splato, Rick Chatwell, Paul Denju, Lonig, Brian Cumia, O Silvenio, Alan Aquinio, sorry. There's a lot of users from around the world, so I'm sorry if I butcher some names here. Stellan Lengstrom, Sean, Tom Eltron, Space Art, Doug Sklot, Timothy Johnson, Steve McClorkle, Ian G, LR, Tommy Mills, Rovi, William Green, Jack Crabtree, John B, Dave Clark, Steve Raleigh, 64, Mark Rothman, John McLaughlin, Craven Moore again. Oh, sorry, those are questions from the last three. But we'll get to those questions later. So if you type @questions, we'll go through and be able to answer a bunch of your questions here. So we do go through and pick through those questions as well. So we don't read every single one. But so if we do accidentally go over yours or not be able to read yours, I do apologize about that. But we do have over about 13,000 people currently in chat who do have questions that we will try to go through and answer to the best of our ability. But yeah, so those who I thanked became new sponsors, became members, so they hit the join button. They are now members of the Green Team and welcome. So those people have the ability to type into the YouTube chat without being in slow mode as a benefit, as well as other community and members perks. So if you go to the community tab on YouTube, you will have additional areas you can access, as well as member perks in Discord. !Discord gets you the link. So thank you so much for all those members. So any of you who can become a member, that is very appreciated. Every little bit helps. It keeps the internet and cameras running. So it does cost money to maintain and run the cameras. And the other day I saw a lab out there working away at getting a new wind turbine installed, so the foundations are being put up. So thank you for lab for doing all this amazing work. We also have, for those of you who can't donate or anything like that, just hit the thumbs up button and subscribe buttons and those kinds of things. Every little bit helps. It lets you know also when events are going to happen. And also just a quick shout out to the name of the sponsors. I'll go ahead and do that too as well. We've got Sapphire Condominiums, Isla Grande Beach Resort, Pearl South Padre, Init Weather, the city of South Padre, and as well as a shout out and thank you to SpaceX and Elon Musk on what they are doing here today. It's just incredible to see this journey one step at a time and giant leaps as well. Hopefully we see that giant leap today. With that, I'll check with you guys a bit later. We'll have commentary with, I hope, to have Falcon and Chris join us, as well as Philakid, who will go through and be asking the questions for us to go through and answer. So talk to you guys later. Oh, one more thing, just a new update. We just had a weather balloon go up about a minute ago. So thank you to Omo for spotting that for us. just with another update. So we have a few workers up on boom lifts on ship. You can see them really well on the launch pad cam. So they are up next to the flight termination system. They're probably going through and doing last checks, as well as possibly confirming all of the safety stuff is done before we can have the hop attempt today. So this looks like they are also doing other safety checks on wires and everything else as they're going up and down. They've been looking pretty close to the vehicle and making sure that the wires look good. So that's something that they're pretty much training for as well. There's nothing that they could do about it, but they would basically notify anybody else that, hey, this has got to be fixed before we fly this thing. But everything else has been done, so it's just looks like down to the flight termination system. The earlier, right after I left with the last update, the tracking station's dish was just dancing all over the place. Not sure exactly what it was doing. We made the joke that it was looking for an upper stage that may have been burned up yesterday above Portland, but we're not exactly sure. I haven't seen any confirmation of what that was. I had my brother-in-law send me a picture. He was visiting Portland, sent me a picture of what was burning up in the skies, and that was just an amazing view. So kind of is a bit of space debris in that sense. We do have a lot of vehicles leaving the launch pad area, and including the trucks that were full of water. They were wetting down the berms earlier, preventing any dust or reducing the amount of dust that's picked up. So part of that is, yeah, wet stuff sticks together, that kind of thing. But another part is that it changes the charge of the soil. So with dust, you actually can have dust pick up additional dust because it is charged in such a way that it will basically have static cling. It'll pull dust up when it comes off. So when you had the dust bowls and things like that, there will be some of the issues because of that. So just wetting it down a little bit changes the charge of the soil. So you can now go through and have a launch and landing with a bit less dust for a couple of different reasons. So things are shaping up so far still to be around, let's say 3:45 is what I'm hoping for. Earlier the better, but 4 o'clock was lab's guess. We might be looking possibly a bit later. So this has the ability to be launched and landed up until around 7 o'clock tonight. Which is a little bit dark for what their operations would be. I've been hearing from Olmo that the area does actually have a bit more blue skies than it did earlier, so it's kind of going back and forth as far as the visibility, ground level. It is kind of hazy to see the vehicle from his position about 4 kilometers away. So going up, it will be a little bit hazier in some sense, but hopefully it's a bit hazier at the upper level areas where we can still see the vehicle, and it will be visible all the way down, hopefully. Let's see. We do have additional cars leaving on Sentinel Cam, so that's really great to see. Still have the sheriff on site. Everything looks good on there. Flight termination system is still being armed and verified and activated. So they have to go through a whole procedure process to do that. Those are the white boxes that they're working on the Launchpad cam again. So that's kind of an interesting system for them to be working on at this point. I thought they would already have them armed and activated, do the static fire, but apparently not. At least not in the sense that they are, needing to confirm that everything does still work properly. Okay, and with that, I'll wrap up for a little bit here, and I'll just jump back in with some other updates here. About every half an hour-ish is what I'm going for here. So I'll talk to you guys later. another update. So they are still working on the flight termination system. You can catch that on the Launchpad cam, which is cam 6. So if you scroll down, you can see all the links. They are still having people come from the site. Oh, I see another water truck headed over to wet down the grounds again. But for the most part, it's been clearing up. We had a scare there for a second. We saw the looks like a boom lift was headed down LBJ and at the roadblock on Sentinel Cam. For a second, we thought it was going to turn left, and that would have been terrible because it takes forever for those things to go down the road. So luckily it turned right, and we're good on that one. But yeah, so things are still shaping up. That looks like the flight termination system is either giving them some issues or just checking and doing final checks. Like, this is a big part of the safety systems. So if this is not working 100%, then things get delayed until it is working 100%. It's got 2 flight termination systems for redundancy, but if you have one working and you know the other one's not working, that means that if there's an issue, that flight termination system on the left would not work. So yeah, that's something to make sure that it does have its capabilities in full effect. So there are plenty of people, as I said, leaving the area. We also did have a nice piece of information coming about an hour and 20 minutes ago, I think, that says as early as Friday, March 26th, and this is from the SpaceX website, that SpaceX team will attempt a high-altitude test flight of Starship serial number 11 for our 4th high-altitude flight test of a Starship prototype from Starbase in Texas, similar to previous high-altitude flight tests of Starship. SN11 will be powered through ascent by 3 Raptor engines, each shutting down in sequence prior to the vehicle reaching apogee, approximately 10 kilometers in altitude. SN11 will perform a propellant transition to the internal header tanks, which hold landing propellant before reorienting itself for reentry and controlled aerodynamic descent. So the big piece in that, of course, is the very beginning, is today's date and the attempt at a high altitude flight. So this will be the 4th time that they've attempted to do it. Hopefully it's the 4-leaf clover of flight attempts here. So the 3rd time was, about right. It landed, it stayed there for about 8 minutes, but it did eventually decide, well, we're going to do a RUD. And so if it doesn't blow up, it doesn't seem right. So that's what Elon had said. And yeah, we kind of got everything on that one. We got a static fire, we got a hop, we got a landing, and then we got a pop. It was actually not really a pop. It was another suborbital hop, about 150 meters up on that one. So yeah, the SN10 didn't quite make it, but it did land the vehicle. It just had some other issues as well with, like, say, the landing legs, but it also seemed to have an issue with the Raptor engine. So I'll keep going through and checking back with you guys here about every 30 minutes here or so. And then I've got some additional super chats that people have posted, as well as some new sponsors. So we have Mark D, who donated 10 British pounds. We also have let's see here, Scott Herman, who says, for all the mods' patience. Then we also have, and he donated $15. And then Carter, 200, donated $15 and then says, I believe in you, SN11. So I believe in SN11 as well. I think it's going to make it. I think it's going to stay. It's going to not blow up this time. It's not going to be any other issues. We are going for, I believe, a 2-engine landing attempt. So they are throttling them down, which could provide more issues, but it also provides more redundancy because you can rapidly throttle the engines up if you need that extra power. Then we do also have some additional sponsors I'd like to thank. So we have Max Roslot, as well as K2TGH, which is a hot glass ham radio, or radio and ham, as well as 7th Judicial Courts Sangamon. So they're the newest members. So thank you and welcome to the Green Team. And enjoy the show here today. It's going to be amazing to watch a vehicle like this land yet again. So I'm pretty confident that we will see the Starship where it is like this, just over to the right a little bit and behind some of those berms. So this will be quite an amazing day. Also, quick shout out to our other sponsors. We've got Sapphire Condominiums, East La Grande Beach Resort, Pearl South Padre, also the City of South Padre, and then we have In It Weather, and then individuals who've been donating, like Stumpy01, John Heyman. Also, big shout out to SpaceX for helping us out as well as Elon Musk. They've been instrumental in keeping things going, as well as just having just this amazing experience to watch. Also, if you'd like to become a member, you can hit the join button. If you'd like to also hit that thumbs up or subscribe buttons, every little bit helps. And so let me see if there's anything else that has changed while we've been watching here. Anything else? But one other thing actually was from Elon. He did say that that the Super Heavy comes in more like a Javelin, similar to a Falcon 9, but caught by the tower versus landing on legs. So that Javelin comparison, I could see it. It looks a lot like Falcon 9s. But yeah, with that, I'll check with you guys back here in a little bit to see how things are going. Oh, also thanking Crow Guy. That's one other person I need to thank. Talk to you guys later. update. So we do have Olmo with us right now, who will give us a little bit of a weather update on what he sees on the scene. So he's near Raptor Roost, which is about 4 kilometers away from Starship. So what do you see down there, Olmo?
Yeah, it's great and sunny here. Patchy fog, clouds, but the Starship, it's 100% foggy. I can barely make it out if I squint. And so
Okay.
the beach area, it's all fogged in, but 3.5 miles in from the beach, it's all sunny.
Okay, so it seems like you've got a fog bank just to the south of where we're looking at on the Starship. So it's on the right hand of the screen for NerdleCam, because that's the direction of Raptor Roost. But for us, it looks pretty clear. I do see a bit of haze on the camera that we have. It's a members only camera. It's called Raptor Roost. So if you are a member, means you basically have live or elite or a Patreon member of $3 or above, you can see that view. And right now, just looking at the shipyard, there is a lot of activity still going on over there. There's just cranes, and more cranes over there. Right now, they actually are still holding on to the, well, I guess you'd call it the GSE LOX tank. I'm pretty sure it's LOX because they had 2 out of 3 labels said LOX on that. One was fuel, but that particular tank was cut up, and so they reused that 4-ring section that was needed. That's going to be stacked over at the fuel tank area. But yeah, it's been kind of interesting. So, Olmo, real quick, I guess we didn't talk about this before, but what has your been impression of the shipyard and the sites that you've seen down there recently?
Oh my God! I loved going around and looking at it all, seeing it all happen. Try to take photos of what Mary. She misses almost nothing, but so it's a big challenge to find something she misses and take a photo of it. And then there's another guy with a better camera that I give tips to, so he can post a good photo too. And I think you're right. So there is a cloud layer between here and the Starship, and my companion here said it's probably just the water rising from the swamp between here and there.
Okay, so a bit of humidity. I see it looks like a drone up next to Starship SN11. So the drone is going to be flying around and I guess checking to make sure the site is secured, or it could be other stuff going on there. But yeah, I just went actually behind the hill, so I guess they're looking for individuals who are too close to the Starship for the launch. Holmo, I hope you're not too close. What do you think?
Oh no, I mean 3.5 miles. I think it'll be loud, but I don't think it's too close.
You're even closer than, or you're actually a little bit further than Raptor Roost. But yeah, that's pretty close and pretty loud. So looks like they just moved the barricade on Sentinel Cam though. So they just pulled it off to the side of the road, which is not a great sign to see. We just had security there, which makes me wonder if they are calling it for the day and pulling things in. So yeah, the security guard has just pulled the barricade up on Sentinel Cam off to the side of the road, and everybody else is headed off. So can you see down at the end of the road where Raptor Roost is at, or is that area not visible?
Not from here. They said they just opened up the interior barrier.
Yeah, at LBJ, it's the normal roadblock. Yeah, so the barrier's now down, and
well, would they? I think they would leave the barrier there and then put up another barrier up here, but wouldn't matter. I just saw 2 cars go by. There goes the SpaceX bus towards SpaceX.
Okay, so sometimes we've seen that they've cleared out the area and that they've removed the barrier. I do see maybe a single cone in that area, and they will put up a second roadblock, but it basically says only SpaceX employees are allowed in this area, and the employees know there's a launch today. So we could still be go for right now. Question is just if we have that up. So I'll have to get a hold of Lab here and see what he sees on that side of the roadblock.
he probably has a better perch. I mean, it could be SpaceX employees coming back or the bus going to pick them up. It's hard to tell.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'll go ahead and think of some new members here, and see if I can grab Lab in the meantime. Thank you, Olmo.
Oh yes. Talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you later. Let's see here. All right, so we have some new sponsors, Don Anderson, Keith Kinsane, and Corn Child. Welcome to the green team. Then we have a couple of other contributions here. Actually, this is one I already mentioned earlier, I believe, but go ahead and mention it again. Mark D donated 10 British pound. So thank you for that. And Scott Herman, thank you for the $15 and says for all the mods patience. So let's see if we have any others to go through real quick. Okay, so Lab just said that that they're clearing above us, but still can't see the pad from here. But the roadblock at this junction of LBJ and Highway 4 has been cleared. So I do wonder what is going on at this moment, since they still have plenty of time. It might be that the issue is height, but or for the visibility and the height here, but everything else looks like it's good to go as far as winds. They seem to be relatively low. Upper level winds we saw earlier looked pretty low as well. So yeah, this could be kind of interesting. Well, I'm going to go ahead and check with Lab a little bit more, and then hopefully get some more news and hopefully be back soon. So talk to you guys later. Lab, so Lab, what do you see on scene over at the Raptor Roost here?
Hey, Thomas. Yeah, looks like we do not have any roadblocks or any sign of roadblocks here near the Raptor Roost. I don't see any sheriffs at all. I did notice after you messaged me that there is no roadblock, as everybody else can see at the normal location. So it's hard to tell whether they've given up for the day or if they're moving things this way. from what I remember last time, I believe that both roadblocks were in place before they moved the LBJ. So
Yeah, I noticed that too. So they went through and had two roadblocks.
Okay. I'm seeing that Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach are now open.
Oh, okay. So that calls it for the day then. With the next possible, I think day would really be Monday. They've got like Saturday scheduled, but there's no probable way that would happen. I think they've got some restrictions with the county or state.
Did I lose you?
No, he's still here.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, now you lost. Yeah, you pitted out a little bit.
Yeah, I was saying that's a big wah for us today.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like everything except for the clouds. Maybe that there is an issue with visibility, that they have to maintain visibility. We haven't seen them fly through fog, but we have seen them fly Falcon 9 through fog. So it's a kind of an open question mark on this one if it's going to be fog related, or maybe it's the FTS that they've been playing around with this whole time here.
Well, the I know for SN10 it did go through a slight bit of not fog, but just a little bit of a haze the last month when that went up, and I thought we were going to lose it for a little bit, but we were still able to keep visual through that little bit of cloud coverage.
Yeah, it was a little hazy. It wasn't bad though. We could see it all the way up. Could see everything. There we go. So I got the audio back here. So yeah, it looks like I'm thinking Monday now, unless they decided to use up one of their special reserved weekends. They could theoretically do this at like 4 p.m. Sunday, but that's something that they usually don't do.
Do the TFR still for Sunday?
No, but theoretically, after a certain time, it seems like they are open for being able to do cryo tests and other things. But yeah, they somebody else has pointed out that yes, the closure has been canceled. Confirming that on this end. I'm looking at the TFRs now as well. What else has occurred here? So yeah, the TFRs will usually show that after a cancellation like this, it'll cancel on those as well, or bump it. Usually, it's usually bumping the things down the road here. There's no other really test dates I can see on the county side. But yeah, so testing concluded. They tested our patients today.
Yeah, it was a big old trick. I knew, when we were coming this way, and I noticed that
Oh, you potatoed out again there, Lab. Say that again.
You said how they usually do it. Oh, or how about now?
Yeah,
Are we there? Better. You got me? The way the judge orders, the way the judge's order was, it said that it specifically was going to have two soft checkpoints on the way up here. And that's the way it usually is. Well, this time around, there was only the main soft checkpoint at Oklahoma Street. There wasn't a second checkpoint at the Massey's Drive. So on our way up here already, I was figuring it wasn't going to happen today, but I was keeping my fingers crossed.
Got a static fire
hoping.
Right off the bat this morning, though. That was the good news. I barely caught that one. I was thinking, I'll be able to catch it here, and I barely did.
I was here when it happened, but we were still setting up shop, and I was actually going down the stairs of the Raptor Roost, and I heard it. I was like, oh, there it went. I missed it. But it was real foggy anyway, so it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, so just looking through, so SpaceX operations from the FAA's part of the website. Let's see here. We have basically yesterday's, or actually that's kind of today's, but 25th through that's the typical one here. 26th, 27th. So yeah, there is one for the 27th and the 28th. I don't think there's going to be anything happening tomorrow. That will basically during spring break, as well as a high peak day for the beach access, means that they would really be rather not doing that on the county side. So the FAA says, yeah, okay, you can do it if the county says you can. The county's probably gonna be like, nope, got to open up the beach. So Sunday evening, there's like a 1% chance or less. Really Sunday though, or I'm sorry, Monday would be the next day, and we're probably going to see the TFR rollover. So it's basically a 3-block rollover that they do 2 weeks at a time, but we can't see the other side of the system. We saw it once that would show 2 weeks of blocks of TFRs. Then it just is bumped.
Do we know that it was a successful static fire after all? Was there any kind of confirmation on that other than them saying that they were a go?
So the only information I saw was that the website said they're a go. We were expecting to see that after the static fire at the very minimum. So they're probably gonna have to bump that to like Monday now. So yeah, the question is like, what has caused the hiccups or delays? I think that the flight termination system, as well as just the fog. If you can't see things properly, that's probably a deal breaker for the FAA, because there is, I believe, somebody who is been sent out to monitor the situations with the FAA as their liaison or something like that, to just say, okay, yeah, this is approved or this is not approved. You got to hold off on this, and that way they have direct communication with somebody on the ground at all times during these types of testing events.
Well, I'll tell you, now that Nanny's going to be in the house from now on, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more scrubs.
I hope not. And I hope it's just. I hope it's just. I hope it's just that there's technical issues. We've had technical issues in the past. This looks like it could be another one, specifically with a flight safety mechanism. So it's tangential and related to the FAA, but it is not directly FAA at this point, I think. Unless it is the fog thing, which who knows on that one. All right. Well,
yeah, it doesn't. It's weird. I keep on looking and wondering if it's going to clear up, and it just does not look like it's going to clear up.
Maybe they were aiming for that too.
Above us, but yeah, I just guess they don't figure it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and there's the bull snort on LaunchPad cam that basically says, we're done. Fuel farm is now standing down. That's kind of the general items we look at. We have got 2 of those, one in the front that you can see on the LaunchPad cam, and there's actually should be another one on the right-hand side as well that does the same kind of thing. Basically just is their pressure relief after the fuel farm activity. And wow, I could barely see the top of SN11 at this point. It looks like it just blends into the top of the sky. That is having the fog rolling. I think that was the fog that Ulmo had talked about before, which was to the south. I think it's worked its way up a bit more northwards now.
You're having trouble seeing it from where? From the Nerdle cam?
Yeah, the top of it.
So it really is coming in.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, yep, it's coming back in. That's what I was figuring, because earlier it started to warm up over here, and that's when it started the fog started to dissipate. But then we got a little bit of a small cooler wind blow through, and it started to come back. And that's what's happening, is that cool air starting to come back and condensate all that moisture.
Yeah, what is the humidity on this? I didn't check yet. Let's see. Let's see. It's a balmy.
Is that on the
88.4? Yeah.
Oof, yeah, it's pretty darn humid.
Yeah, it's not the 100% that I've seen before. It's like, yeah, that's pretty much what we call rain. You walk outside.
This morning when I woke up,
yeah,
this morning when I woke up and I went out to let the dog out and stuff before we left, it sounded like it was raining outside, but it was just this extreme dew coming off the roof, hitting the patio.
It just hits the roof and collects and sounds like rain. That is crazy. I love it. Oh, yeah, there goes the other one on Launchpad Cam. So yeah, both of the bull snorts are going at this point. So yeah, things are wrapped up on that side, and man, it was so close to being that fastest turnaround for a static fire, intentional static fire and hop, unlike SN10, which was an unintentional static fire and then a hop. And then another hop after a landing. Anyways.
Yeah. So I'm going to start dismantling all my electronics here. And
all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and thank some more people here. And first off, do apologize. We aren't able to go through and answer your questions here today. But there are some new sponsors and some super chats I'd like to go through, acknowledge, and then wrap those up here. So we have, first off, oh, there goes the audio again on the other side. Hold on. There we go. So we have Martin Israel, Dimitri D, Crystal Who, Dimitri. Then we have Ixorizifi. I can't pronounce that one, so fun internet name. Backside of Love, Lucas Rudge, Max Roslot, and Hot Glass Radio and Ham, as well as the 7th Judicial Court's Sangman. I love that. And then we have some donations here. Ashley Davis donated $25. Anomelia donated $2. Carter donated Carter 200 donated $15. And oh yeah, this is the third time I think I've read his his one. It says, "I believe in you, SN11." Not today. Sorry, but it's not happening today. The Anomelia did say, "Who else is properly hyped for this launch?" Unfortunately, nobody at the moment now. I'm sorry. They played that one. But yeah, thank you each of you for becoming new members and contributing. Everything here helps out in making sure these cameras stay up. And Lab, I've been watching you work out there the other day, and that was quite a bit of digging that you had going for the that new system.
My back is still a little sore after that.
And that's for the new windmill that you've got already, right?
Yes. We're going to be putting that wind turbine up real soon. As soon as they can figure out what they're going to do with this rocket here and give us some time. You know, it's hard to schedule what I'm going to do. Trying to coordinate between SpaceX's non-schedule and all my regular work on the island is really hard to get things done.
Yeah, things are probably going to be picking back up here with what the Texas has done as far as restrictions and things. So I've seen a lot more tourists coming through to Boca Chica, going to the beach. It's been quite impressive. I haven't seen anything like this since I was first watching the last year. It was like December. We had lots of people coming in back then too. So nice, good beaches. Even though it's a little cooler during the winter, it's still good beaches at certain days.
Yeah, the spring break this year was still not up to par, but it was definitely a lot better than it was last year. Last year there was absolutely nothing. They ran everybody off, I think, like March 10th, something like that, and there was Heartbreak Hotel over here, big time.
Yeah, so things are picking up, and that's good. And speaking of which, as far as hotels and things being picked up, we do have our sponsors. Go ahead and I'll thank those Sapphire Condominiums, Isla Grand Beach Resort, and Pearl South Padre Resort, which are the finest accommodations on South Padre Island, which is now open. And of course, the wonderful city of South Padre Island.
Yes, if you all have a chance, definitely come visit us.
And then we've got how many hotels do we actually have in South Padre Island in general? Do you know?
Oh, there's quite a bit. Let's see if I can name off a few just for the heck of it. Starting on the south end, of course, Sapphire is just the private condominiums. There's the Isla Grande. There's Saida Royale Beach and Tennis Club. There's La Quinta, La Copa, Marriott, Hilton, Garden Inn, Lighthouse Inn, Pink Flamingo Inn, or something like that. Best Western or something. There's a bunch of them. There's a good dozen or more out here.
Yeah, so far that's
Definitely.
11, and I know of one I'm going to here in April, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. So that's gonna be
Beach Resort.
yeah, that's
Resort.
yeah.
Used to be
remember also.
there's one. Yeah, there used to be the Schlitterbahn here as well, which they changed their name to a different company now. But yeah, there's probably close to 24 around here.
Nice. So yeah, I'm going to Boca Chica. Everybody else who wants to go to Boca Chica, definitely look at going to South Padre Island. It's got sandy beaches and right outside hotels for most places. So look at that, as well as just going to visit Starship. So if you've got family, go for it. We also have some other sponsors I'd like to thank. In It Weather. We also have Stumpy Owen, John Heyman, and Crow Guy, who've been instrumental in their support. So actually, kind of a little bit about them. I haven't known much about some of the other ones. I know Stumpy's helped out in just getting things going on your side of things. He told me that a bit earlier, and I was going to get mad at me, but he said that he did help out with the beginning and trying to get things going on your side. How about John Heyman and Crow Guy? I haven't really heard too much about them. Oh, we lost you.
Oh, Stumpy, he's been around for. Oh, got me? Oh, hello.
Got
hello?
you now.
How about now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I moved my phone over here. Yeah, Stumpy's been around for a while and helped us out. Got the Stumpy Cam, the infamous Stumpy Cam that we had for a while, and donated money also. He's also we have the main reason that we have the wind turbine coming in as well. And Crow Guy, he's donated a couple of different cameras. He's got of course, he's responsible for the Sentinel camera, and he's also responsible for another camera that we haven't put up yet that we've been waiting to put up. And he's also donated all kinds of other little goodies and doodads for me to work with. That
nice.
I always have fun playing with. And yeah, they've been helping me out quite a bit. And there's countless other people that have helped and donated. Everybody on our Discord team, all our moderators, they'll do an awesome job helping me keep up the slack over here, because I could definitely not do this by myself.
Yeah, it's definitely
So
a team effort. I do the voice chat a lot. I'm in there doing rocket talks at night. So it's been fun to just go through and deep dive everything we possibly can. It's been an amazing community to work with and help moderate and everything else. So speaking of whom, we do have our admins. I've got Adam Danoon, Oracle, Chef Daddy, Jamie Velks, Rusty Buckets. Rusty is she puts up with so much and does so many things. So thank you, Rusty. Then we have Discord and YouTube mods. We've got Daryl, and then we also have Michael 2001. Then the YouTube mods: Astros CJ42, Bogdan C, Davo, Galactic Jeff Weiss, Larry in Waterloo, Levi, Liverpool Ed, or just Ed. Then we have Matt W, Michael McKenzie, MVN, Nick Feisler, Neil-O-Matic, Psychonaut421, Rowan, Scotty, Stumpy, Tuxmaster, and Zen Dragons. Then the Discord mods, we have Carter200, Connor K, Dragon029, Har, Lewis, Levi, Procky, Rovi, Deblano, The Danks, myself, and TJ. We've been filling out a lot of positions at the Discord and YouTube areas. Wow, it's been growing.
Definitely. I want to go walk back just a quick bit and give another special shout out to Larry in Waterloo. He is one of the main reasons that we got Elon on our side to get the Launchpad cam back up. Larry, I really appreciate you stepping up and stepping up to the plate and helping us out. That was a awesome tweet you made, and we are back on track for the most part.
Yeah, that whole situation was one of those, like, what happened to the camera and all those things. We were so worried, and you were there in the whole situation, and we were all worried about what it was, and then got the word that it was SpaceX took it down, and then Elon stepped up and got it put back in place.
Yeah.
And that was just like the day before, basically. It was SN10 had landed. It basically felt just like SN10 landing for me and a lot of others people. It was just so amazing to have that happen. So yeah, definitely shout out to Larry and Waterloo and Elon.
Yes, definitely can't forget about Elon. If you're listening out there, thank you, buddy.
And with that, I guess we can go ahead and wrap it up, since they wrapped it up at the fuel farm and everywhere else now. So good luck and take care, Lab, and drive home safe.
Likewise, we'll talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later.
See ya, everybody.
All right, nerds. So, unfortunately, nothing today. So that just means maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. But keep watching Entertainment Nerd News. So for those of you that did watch, I do want to thank you for your time this fine afternoon into evening. Hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to follow us on all socials, Entertainment Nerd News. Drop a like, share, subscribe, whatever you like to do. But make sure to follow us on all socials. So for ENN, this is Uncle Black, and I'm out. Oh, and one more thing before I go.
Yeah, entertainment nerd, come and let me show you. This is everything you wanna know about nerd culture. Hey, entertainment nerd, ain't none fresher. You can nerd out, don't even need your pocket protector. Where my nerds at? Grab a drink, come through, keep it entertaining. Comic books to movie news, this is what you need. All my nerds, come get with me. If you really live your life like you on the Big Bang Theory. Marvel to DC, we really got a passion. Justice League, yes indeed. Hold up, let me fix my glasses. Uncle Black, Dynamite Calla, when the story accrue. Lady Mocha, shout out Adrian, you know how we do. Hey, entertainment nerd, come and let me show ya. This is everything you wanna know about nerd culture. Entertainment nerd, ain't none fresher. You can nerd out, don't even need your pocket protector. Nerd news, nerd culture, nerd happy hour. Entertainment nerd, let's go.